Tonight, my friends, we're jumping back to the past to explore why baking was the most deadly job in the Victorian era. Imagine waking up in the early hours of a foggy London morning. The smell of bread is in the air, but the ovens aren't just hot, they're blazing hazards. The flour used by Victorian bakers was so fine that it could ignite. The ovens were so intense that they could turn a man into toast, and the air was so thick with dust that it could burn your lungs. Every loaf was a labour of love and danger. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already a part of the community. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now sit back, relax, and be glad you're not the one kneading dough in a tinderbox of fiery risk. Let's start. Picture it, if you will, the year 1847. Comfortably perched on her throne, Queen Victoria remains oblivious to the spectacular deaths occurring among her subjects as they attempt to bake her daily bread. As she delicately nibbles on crumpets in the safety of Buckingham Palace, her bakers are engrossed in an industrial-scale game of flour roulette. You might assume, quite reasonably, that the most dangerous Victorian profession involved coal mines, where men descended into Stygian depths to wrestle black diamonds from the earth's reluctant grip. Or perhaps you'd wager on chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites who squeeze through flues narrower than a respectable woman's waist. Perhaps factory workers performed their risky routines amidst unprotected machinery, considering human limbs as mere extras. But no, the seemingly innocent art of baking bread was the Victorian occupation most likely to send you on your way. This revelation would undoubtedly surprise modern individuals who consider their greatest kitchen peril to be burning toast or discovering they've run out of sourdough starter. The Victorian bakehouse was not the cosy, flour-dusted sanctuary of contemporary imagination, populated by rosy-cheeked artisans humming while they knead. It was, quite literally, a deadly trap masquerading as a place of sustenance. The statistics, compiled by diligent Victorian bureaucrats who loved nothing more than categorising catastrophe, revealed that bakers died at rates that would make even the most hardened coal miner blanch beneath his perpetual coating of dust. Consider the irony. The very profession dedicated to sustaining life was remarkably efficient at ending it. Bakers, those stalwart providers of civilization's most fundamental foodstuff, faced mortality rates that transformed their daily routine into a macabre lottery where winning meant merely surviving until tea time. The reasons for this alarming state of affairs were as varied as they were absurd. Explosions featured prominently, naturally. When you combine highly combustible flour dust with open flames and Victorian-era safety standards, which could charitably be described as suggestions, you create conditions ripe for spectacular disaster. Imagine walking into work each morning knowing that your workplace contained all the essential ingredients for a bomb, and your job required you to provide the spark. But explosions were merely the most dramatic of the baker's occupational hazards. The profession provided a diverse range of opportunities to escape death. Heatstroke claimed victims with ruthless efficiency during summer months, when bakehouse temperatures soared to levels that would make Hades himself reach for a cooling compress. Respiratory ailments flourished in environments thick with flour dust, creating breathing conditions comparable to working inside a particularly malevolent snow globe. Then there were more pedestrian dangers that accumulated, like interest on debt. Ovens radiated heat with the intensity of miniature suns, causing burns. The machinery, which operated on the principle that safety guards were for the weak-willed, caused injuries. Poorly ventilated ovens, silently releasing their deadly breath into confined spaces, caused carbon monoxide poisoning. The Victorian baker began each day not with a cheerful whistle, but with what amounted to a death wish and a prayer to whichever deity supervised bread making. They entered their domain of dough and danger, knowing that their chosen profession viewed longevity as a character flaw to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Yet they persevered, these brave souls who transformed grain into sustenance while risking life and limb. They rose before dawn, literally and figuratively, to feed a nation that consumed bread with the enthusiasm of locusts, blissfully unaware that each loaf represented a small victory over the forces of occupational obliteration. The tale of Victorian baking mortality is not merely one of industrial hazard, but of human determination in the face of absurd adversity. It speaks to our species' remarkable ability to pursue even the most lethal vocations when driven by necessity, pride, or simple stubbornness. Now then, let us get into the particular genius of Victorian flour. a substance that possessed the dual personality of being both a life-sustaining staple and an enthusiastic explosive. Modern bakers, coddled by health and safety regulations, can scarcely imagine working with a primary ingredient that harboured such violent tendencies. Flour dust, you see, is not merely the innocent byproduct of milling grain. In the proper concentrations and conditions, it becomes what pyrotechnicians would recognise as an exceptional accelerant. The Victorian bakehouse, with its primitive ventilation and cavalier attitude toward dust control, created ideal conditions for what we might politely term spontaneous architectural rearrangement. The science behind flour explosions is elegantly simple and terrifyingly effective. Suspend fine particles of any combustible material in air at the correct concentration, typically between 40 and 4,000 grams per cubic metre for flour, add an ignition source and observe as your workplace transforms into a temporary volcano. The explosion occurs when the suspended particles burn simultaneously, creating a rapid expansion of gases that expresses itself through the inconvenient destruction of whatever structure happened to be containing it. Victorian bakers worked in environments where flour dust hung in the air like a perpetual London fog, coating every surface and creating what amounted to a three-dimensional bomb waiting for someone to strike a match. Victorian health and safety experts apparently overlooked the irony that their profession required bakers to work with open flames while surrounded by explosive material, assuming such individuals existed, which remains a matter of historical debate. The Gateshead Mill explosion of 1857 serves as a particularly illuminating example of flour's volatile nature. What began as a routine day of milling grain concluded with an explosion that could be heard 15 miles away and left a crater where a substantial building had stood mere moments before. 25 souls perished in that particular demonstration of flour's explosive enthusiasm, including several bakers who had simply been collecting their daily supplies. But mill explosions, spectacular though they were, represented only one aspect of the flour-related mortality that plagued Victorian bakers. The daily build-up of dust in bakehouses created consistently dangerous conditions. A baker lighting his oven in the morning faced odds comparable to a munitions worker conducting fuse tests. The difference was that the munitions worker at least expected his materials to explode. Victorian ventilation systems, designed by individuals who apparently believed that fresh air was overrated, ensured that flour dust remained suspended in bakehouse atmospheres for extended periods. Opening windows was often impractical due to weather conditions or the need to maintain specific temperatures for the bread production. Such systems created enclosed environments where flour particles danced through the air like microscopic time bombs, awaiting their moment of glory. The concentration of flour dust varied throughout the baking process, reaching particularly dangerous levels during mixing and kneading operations. Bakers working with large quantities of flour essentially performed their duties while swimming through a sea of potential explosives. That more bakehouses didn't explode on a daily basis speaks either to remarkable luck or to the intervention of divine providence, with a particular fondness for bread. Consider the typical Victorian baker's morning routine. Arrive before dawn, light the ovens while surrounded by combustible dust, begin mixing flour in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, all while maintaining the kind of casual attitude toward personal safety that would give modern occupational health specialists apoplexy. The tools of the trade contributed to the hazard. Wooden paddles striking mixing bowls could generate static electricity sufficient to ignite suspended flour particles. Metal implements scraping against stone surfaces produced sparks with the reliability of Victorian clockwork. Even the humble act of sifting flour through wire mesh created opportunities for electrostatic discharge that could transform a routine task into an explosive finale. Yet bakers adapted to these conditions with the pragmatic acceptance that characterized Victorian attitudes toward occupational hazards. They developed techniques for minimizing dust clouds, learned to recognize dangerous accumulations of flour particles, and acquired an almost supernatural awareness of ignition sources. Their workplace might have been a powder keg, but they were determined to extract bread from it regardless of the personal cost. The explosive nature of flour dust wasn't limited to dramatic mill disasters. Smaller explosions occurred with distressing regularity in individual bakehouses, often resulting in severe burns, structural damage, and the occasional baker launched through a wall like a flour-dusted cannonball. These incidents rarely made headlines, being considered occupational hazards rather than newsworthy events. Having established that Victorian bakers worked with explosives disguised as baking ingredients, Let us now examine their working environment, a realm where temperatures soared to levels that would challenge the constitution of a salamander, and make even the most dedicated sun worshipper reconsider their devotion to warmth. The Victorian bakehouse oven stood as a testament to humanity's ongoing dedication to transforming raw ingredients into edible form, regardless of personal comfort or survival prospects. These massive brick and stone constructions operated on the principle that if some heat was good for baking, then temperatures capable of smelting copper were obviously superior. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a room where the ambient temperature regularly exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, where metal surfaces glowed with heat, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. This space was the baker's daily office. This workspace would have impressed Dante as a particularly creative interpretation of infernal punishment. The ovens themselves reached internal temperatures of 500 to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, radiating heat that transformed the surrounding area into what could generously be described as a preview of the afterlife. Bakers laboured just a few feet away from these colossal ovens, meticulously loading and unloading bread, clad in clothing that provided the same level of protection as a gentleman's evening attire from a dragon's snarl. During summer months, conditions became genuinely murderous. The combination of external heat waves and internal oven temperatures created environments that challenged human physiology's ability to maintain basic functions. Heat stroke claimed victims with the efficiency of a well-organised plague, dropping bakers mid-task like wheat before the scythe. Victorian medical understanding of heat-related illness was, shall we say, primitive. The prevailing wisdom suggested that heat stroke resulted from moral weakness rather than physiological limits. These assumptions meant that bakers suffering from heat exhaustion were often encouraged to demonstrate greater fortitude rather than seek medical attention or, heaven forbid, take a break from their duties. The irony of dying from heat while producing food for a nation that complained constantly about cold weather was not lost on contemporary observers, though it provided little comfort to the families of bakers who had literally cooked themselves to death in service of their craft. Water was often scarce in bakehouses, as the combination of flour dust and moisture created paste that interfered with operations. Such conditions meant that bakers worked through scorching shifts with minimal hydration, their bodies fighting a losing battle against dehydration, while their profession demanded continued exposure to temperatures that would fell a camel. The clothing of the era compounded the problem. Heavy wool garments designed for Britain's typically cool climate became instruments of torture in bakehouse conditions. Changing clothes was considered improper, and lighter fabrics were expensive and impractical for manual labour. Bakers essentially worked while wearing portable saunas that trapped heat and moisture with a ruthless efficiency. Ventilation systems, where they existed at all, were designed by individuals who apparently believed that air circulation was a luxury rather than a necessity for human survival. To maintain oven temperatures and prevent flour contamination, bakers often kept windows closed, creating sealed environments that would have impressed ancient Egyptian tomb builders. The psychological effects of working in such conditions were profound. Many bakers developed a peculiar gaze, akin to someone who has stared too long at industrial-strength heat, only to find it staring back with interest. They moved with the deliberate pace of people conserving energy for mere survival rather than efficient productivity. Yet they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Experienced bakers learned to work in brief bursts, timing their activities to coincide with marginally cooler periods. They developed techniques for manipulating oven doors and loading bread that minimized exposure to direct heat. Some pioneered early versions of cooling strategies, though these rarely involved anything more sophisticated than strategic positioning near the rare draft or the occasional splash of precious water. The relationship between baker and oven resembled a dangerous courtship, where familiarity bred not contempt, but a healthy respect for an entity capable of ending the relationship permanently. Bakers learned to read their oven's moods, to anticipate temperature fluctuations, and to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when their workplace had achieved particularly lethal levels of thermal enthusiasm. Burns were so common they were considered part of the baker's uniform rather than injuries requiring attention. Arms bore scars like military decorations, each mark telling the story of a close encounter with surfaces hot enough to brand cattle. The successful baker was not one who avoided burns, but one who had learned to function despite them. While explosions provided the dramatic spectacle and heatstroke offered the theatrical flourish, the humble flour dust pursued its victims with the patient persistence of a particularly dedicated assassin. Unlike its more flamboyant cousins in the pantheon of occupational hazards, flour dust preferred the slow approach, accumulating in lungs with the methodical thoroughness of compound interest. The Victorian bakehouse atmosphere contained flour particles in concentrations that would make modern air quality inspectors reach for their emergency inhalers. Every movement stirred clouds of dust that transformed breathing from an automatic bodily function into a conscious decision requiring careful consideration of risk versus necessity. Picture the typical morning scene. A baker enters his domain of dough and danger, and immediately encounters air thick enough to chew. Measuring flour sends particles dancing through the atmosphere, akin to tiny ballet dancers performing a deadly spiral. Kneading operations create dust clouds that would rival the Sahara during a particularly enthusiastic sandstorm. By mid-morning, the air in a busy bakehouse resembled a London fog composed entirely of potential bread ingredients. The Victorians had a rudimentary understanding of respiratory health. The prevailing medical wisdom held that strong lungs could process any substance with sufficient determination. These beliefs meant that bakers experiencing breathing difficulties were often advised to demonstrate greater respiratory fortitude rather than consider the possibility that their workplace atmosphere might be attempting to kill them. The cumulative effect of inhaling flour dust day after day created what we might now recognise as occupational lung disease, though Victorian terminology preferred more creative descriptions. Baker's lung became a recognised condition, characterised by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and the gradual transformation of healthy lung tissue into something resembling poorly mixed pastry. But flour dust was merely the headline act in the respiratory horror show that was the Victorian bakehouse. Coal dust from heating systems mingled with flour particles to create a toxic cocktail that challenged even the most robust constitution. Yeast spores added their contribution to the atmospheric soup, while smoke from ovens provided a finishing touch that would have impressed the most dedicated tobacco enthusiast. The lack of ventilation meant that these airborne hazards accumulated throughout the working day, reaching concentrations that transformed simple breathing into an extreme sport. Bakers developed the peculiar ability to work while taking shallow, measured breaths, unconsciously rationing their air intake to minimise the ingestion of particulate matter. Some bakers attempted to protect themselves by wrapping cloth around their faces, creating primitive masks that filtered the worst of the atmospheric assault. However, these impromptu breathing protection devices often interfered with their ability to taste and smell their products, which was considered essential to producing quality bread. Professional standards resolved the choice between breathing safely and baking competently, with predictable consequences for longevity. The seasonal nature of breathing problems added another layer of complexity to the baker's survival strategy. Summer brought additional dust from grain harvests, while winter sealed bakehouses against fresh air circulation. Spring cleaning operations, when accumulated dust was disturbed and redistributed, created temporary atmospheric conditions that resembled working inside a flour shaker during an earthquake. Children apprenticed to bakers faced particular challenges, as their developing breathing systems were less equipped to handle the constant assault of airborne particles. Many young apprentices developed chronic coughs that marked them as surely as any guild membership, a wheezing signature that announced their profession from considerable distances. Contemporary observers did not entirely miss the irony that bread, a symbol of life and sustenance, was produced in environments that systematically destroyed the health of its creators. However, Victorian society exhibited a remarkable ability to overlook uncomfortable realities. The contradiction was classified as an occupational necessity, rather than a systemic problem requiring attention. Experienced bakers developed an almost supernatural awareness of air quality, learning to detect dangerous concentrations of dust by subtle changes in light refraction and atmospheric density. They could navigate their workplaces during peak dust conditions with the skill of blind navigation, guided by instinct and hard-won experience rather than clear vision. The clean-up operations that concluded each working day created their own breathing challenges. Sweeping accumulated flour dust merely redistributed it into the air, creating temporary dust storms that transformed routine maintenance into a hazardous activity requiring careful timing and strategic breath-holding. Some bakers discovered that alcohol consumption seemed to provide temporary relief from breathing irritations, leading to the development of professional drinking customs that were justified as medical necessity rather than recreational activity. Whether these practices actually improved breathing function or merely made the symptoms more tolerable remains a matter of historical speculation. Having examined the environmental hazards that transformed Victorian bakehouses into inadvertent death traps, we must now turn our attention to the machinery employed in bread production, devices that appear to have been designed by individuals harbouring a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to pursue a career in baking. The Victorian era's approach to industrial safety could be generously described as optimistic, or more accurately characterised as non-existent. The prevailing philosophy seemed to suggest that safety equipment was only for individuals who lacked sufficient moral character to prevent injury through sheer willpower. This attitude was particularly evident in bakehouse machinery, where moving parts operated with the exposed enthusiasm of mechanical predators eager to sample human anatomy. Consider the dough mixing apparatus, a marvel of engineering that combined effectiveness with lethality, in proportions that would have impressed medieval torture device designers. These machines featured rotating paddles and gears that operated without the inconvenience of safety guards, creating opportunities for bakers to become inadvertently incorporated into their products. The machinery's moving parts were positioned at precisely the right height to catch sleeves, aprons, and the occasional arm of anyone foolish enough to approach too closely during operation. The mixing machines operated on the principle that human reflexes were sufficiently quick to avoid entanglement with rotating metal components. This assumption proved overly optimistic with distressing regularity, leading to injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to complete limb removal. The machinery's indifference to human anatomy was matched only by its efficiency at processing dough, creating a workplace environment where productivity and personal safety existed in inverse proportion. Dough rollers presented their own unique challenges to baker survival. These devices consisted of heavy metal cylinders that rotated with sufficient force to flatten bread dough and the occasional baker who failed to maintain appropriate distance. The lack of emergency stop mechanisms meant that once the rollers claimed a victim, the extraction process involved manual labour and creative problem-solving rather than simple machinery shutdown. The positioning of these rollers often required bakers to lean over or reach across moving parts during normal operation, creating scenarios that would challenge the agility of professional acrobats. Loading dough required careful timing and spatial awareness, as miscalculation could result in fingers, hands, or entire arms joining the bread ingredients in their journey between metal cylinders. Slicing machinery contributed to the list of occupational hazards. Large, unguarded blades operated with the reliability of Victorian clockwork and the safety consciousness of a medieval executioner. The positioning of bread for slicing required bakers to work near moving blades that could separate fingers from hands with surgical precision and considerably less medical supervision. The maintenance of this machinery fell to the bakers themselves, who were expected to clean, oil and repair equipment without the benefit of proper tools or safety procedures. Cleaning operations often required reaching into spaces occupied by gears, belts, and other moving components that viewed human fingers as foreign objects requiring immediate removal. Conveyor systems, where they existed, operated at heights and speeds that transformed routine bread loading into exercises in precision timing. Bakers worked beneath moving mechanical systems that occasionally shed components or entire assemblies onto the workspace below. The Victorian engineering philosophy that if it's working, don't fix it, meant that machinery operated until catastrophic failure rather than being maintained preventively. The steam systems used for oven operation created additional hazards through their combination of high pressure and primitive safety valves. Steam leaks occurred with predictable regularity, creating jets of superheated vapour that could cook human flesh with the efficiency of the ovens they were meant to serve. Pressure gauge failures transformed routine oven operation into exercises in mechanical roulette. Power transmission systems featured exposed belts and pulleys that operated at eye level and within easy reach of anyone working nearby. These systems were designed on the assumption that bakers possessed supernatural spatial awareness and would never accidentally contact moving machinery during their duties. The reality proved somewhat different, leading to entanglement injuries that provided harsh lessons in mechanical physics. The noise levels generated by this machinery created additional safety hazards by masking warnings, sounds, and preventing communication between workers. Bakers developed a form of sign language to communicate over the mechanical din, though this system proved inadequate for conveying urgent safety warnings or cries for assistance during machinery-related emergencies. Emergency procedures consisted primarily of shouting for help and hoping that someone would hear over the mechanical noise and respond before the situation progressed from dangerous to fatal. The concept of emergency stops, safety switches, or other protective measures had apparently not occurred to the designers of Victorian bakehouse equipment. Now that we have catalogued the impressive array of hazards that made Victorian baking such an enthusiastically lethal profession, we must examine how it compared to other occupations in the grand competition for workplace mortality. The results may surprise those who assume that coal mining or factory work held undisputed claims to occupational danger. Coal mining, that traditional champion of workplace fatality, certainly offered impressive mortality statistics. Miners faced cave-ins, explosions, flooding, and the slow death of black lung disease. The depths of British coal mines claimed lives with mechanical regularity, creating widows and orphans at rates that impressed even Victorian observers accustomed to industrial carnage. Yet despite these formidable credentials, coal mining ranked second to baking in occupational mortality rates, a distinction that would have surprised both miners and bakers had they been informed of this particular competition. The key difference lay in volume and exposure. While mining disasters were spectacular and well documented, they were also relatively infrequent events affecting limited numbers of workers. Baking hazards, by contrast, operated continuously and affected virtually every individual in the profession. Every baker faced daily exposure to explosive flour dust, lethal heat, respiratory hazards, and dangerous machinery, creating cumulative risks that exceeded even the considerable dangers of underground mining. Factory work, another traditional contender for most dangerous occupation, offered its own impressive array of hazards. Textile mills featured unguarded machinery that viewed human limbs as expendable components, while chemical works produced atmospheric conditions that challenged basic human physiology. Steel production combined extreme heat with molten metal and toxic gases, creating working environments that resembled elaborate methods of execution more than places of employment. Yet factory workers, despite their impressive mortality rates, benefited from certain advantages unavailable to bakers. Factory shifts were often limited to 12 or 14 hours, while bakers regularly worked 18-hour days to meet demand for fresh bread. Factory workers typically specialised in single operations, while bakers faced multiple simultaneous hazards throughout their working day. Most significantly, factory accidents were often discrete events, while bakehouse hazards operated continuously. Railway work earned recognition for spectacular fatality rates, particularly among those responsible for coupling cars or operating signals. The combination of massive moving machinery, primitive safety equipment, and time pressure created conditions ripe for dramatic accidents. Railway workers faced the constant possibility of being crushed, severed, or simply disappearing beneath the wheels of progress. However, while railway mortality was impressive, it primarily occurred during specific high-risk operations instead of throughout the entire working day. Construction work offered its catalogue of creative fatality methods, from falls to crushing injuries to electrocution as power systems developed. The construction of Victorian Britain's architectural achievements required workers to perform dangerous operations at considerable heights with primitive safety equipment. Scaffolding collapse, structural failure, and tool-related injuries created steady streams of construction casualties. However, construction workers enjoyed certain advantages in their competition with bakers for occupational mortality. Construction projects were temporary, offering workers periods of relative safety between dangerous assignments. Weather conditions often suspended operations, providing involuntary safety breaks. Most importantly, construction hazards were generally visible and immediate, allowing workers to develop specific strategies for avoiding particular dangers. Chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites of Victorian industrial society, faced their own unique collection of hazards. Working in confined spaces filled with toxic gases, navigating flues barely wide enough for human passage, and dealing with structural collapse created mortality rates that impressed even hardened Victorian observers. The combination of suffocation, toxic exposure, and the occasional dramatic plunge from significant heights made chimney sweeping a profession with limited retirement prospects. Yet chimney sweeps worked intermittently rather than continuously, moving between locations and spending significant periods in relatively safe environments. Their exposure to lethal. The hazards in this context were intense but brief, unlike those faced by bakers who encountered constant danger during their extended working days. The maritime trades offered spectacular opportunities for sudden death through drowning, shipwreck, and weather-related disasters. Sailors faced storms, pirates, disease, and the general hostility of oceanic environments toward human survival. Fishing crews dealt with dangerous equipment, unstable vessels, and seas that viewed humans as unwelcome intruders requiring immediate removal. Maritime mortality statistics were impressive, but they reflected episodic rather than continuous danger. Sailors spent significant time in port or during calm weather when risks were minimal. Even the most dangerous voyages included periods of relative safety, unlike the continuous hazard exposure that characterized Victorian baking. The superiority of baking as a lethal occupation resulted from the combination of multiple simultaneous hazards operating continuously throughout extended working periods. While other professions might excel in particular categories of danger, none matched baking's comprehensive approach to occupational mortality. Bakers faced explosion, heat stroke, respiratory disease, machinery injuries, and toxic exposure simultaneously, creating cumulative risks that exceeded the sum of individual hazards. As our journey through the charnel house of Victorian baking draws to its conclusion, we must address the most perplexing question of all. Given that producing bread was more dangerous than mining coal or sailing storm-tossed seas, how did humanity manage to maintain its bread supply without completely exhausting the supply of individuals willing to risk their lives for the sake of a decent loaf? The answer lies in the peculiar combination of human strength, economic necessity, and the remarkable capacity of our species to adapt to even the most unreasonable circumstances. Victorian society managed to maintain its bread production through a combination of factors that would have impressed survival experts and appalled modern safety regulators in equal measure. Economic desperation played a significant role in maintaining bakehouse staffing levels. The Victorian economy offered limited opportunities for individuals lacking substantial educational capital, making dangerous occupations attractive by default rather than design. Baking, despite its impressive mortality statistics, provided steady employment and relatively good wages for those brave or desperate enough to pursue it. The profession's high turnover rate, due to factors both voluntary and involuntary, created continuous opportunities for advancement that attracted workers despite the obvious risks. Geographic concentration contributed to the profession's sustainability. Urban and rural communities distributed baking, ensuring that local disasters rarely affected the entire industry simultaneously. Although a mill explosion might eliminate several experienced bakers, the overall baking profession continued to operate due to the survival of practitioners in other locations. This distributed risk model ensured continuity of bread production, even as individual bakehouses demonstrated flour's explosive potential with distressing regularity. The apprenticeship system provided a continuous supply of young workers who possessed the combination of energy and inexperience necessary to enter such a dangerous profession. Young apprentices, blessed with the optimism of youth and lacking detailed knowledge of occupational mortality statistics, entered baking with enthusiasm undimmed by realistic risk assessment. By the time they gained sufficient experience to understand the true dangers of their chosen profession, they had also developed the skills necessary to survive, if they had survived to develop them. Technological improvements, while slow to arrive and slower to be implemented, gradually reduced some of the more spectacular hazards associated with baking. Better oven designs improved heat management, while primitive ventilation systems began to address the worst accumulations of flour dust. Safety equipment, when it existed at all, provided marginal improvements in survival prospects. These advances occurred at a pace that would have impressed geological formations, but they did eventually contribute to reducing the profession's astronomical mortality rates. The development of professional knowledge and survival techniques allowed experienced bakers to accumulate wisdom about navigating their hazardous environment. Veterans of the flour wars developed almost supernatural awareness of dangerous conditions, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated imminent explosion, heat stroke, or machinery malfunction. This accumulated expertise was passed to apprentices through a combination of formal instruction and dramatic object lessons provided by those who had failed to master survival techniques. Social adaptation played a crucial role in maintaining the baking profession's viability. Communities developed support systems for the families of bakers killed in the line of duty, creating social safety nets that made the profession's risks more bearable for those considering entry. Professional organizations, where they existed, provided mutual aid and shared knowledge about survival techniques. The development of professional pride and identity helped maintain morale despite the obvious hazards. The gradual recognition of occupational hazards led to incremental improvements in working conditions, despite the slow pace of Victorian industrial safety progress. Some acknowledgement of workplace dangers eventually led to marginal improvements. Better building ventilation, improved machinery guards, and basic first aid knowledge gradually decreased the number of preventable fatalities, although the overall mortality rate remained impressively high. Perhaps most importantly, human adaptation to extreme conditions demonstrated our species' remarkable ability to normalize even the most abnormal circumstances. Bakers developed mental frameworks that allowed them to function despite daily exposure to potentially lethal hazards. They created professional cultures that celebrated survival rather than dwelling on mortality, developing humour and traditions that made their dangerous occupation psychologically sustainable. The Victorian baking profession ultimately survived due to the same combination of factors that has enabled humanity to endure countless other challenges: necessity, adaptation, and the remarkable human capacity to keep functioning even in circumstances that might seem impossible to outside observers. Bakers continued to rise before dawn, light their dangerous ovens, and transform explosive flour into life-sustaining bread because civilization required them to do so. The legacy of Victorian baking mortality serves as a reminder of how far we have progressed in workplace safety, while simultaneously illustrating humanity's capacity to persevere under even the most challenging circumstances. Modern bakers, protected by safety regulations, ventilation systems, and manned machinery guards, owe a debt to their Victorian predecessors, who quite literally died to perfect the art of bread production. In the end, the story of Victorian baking mortality is not merely a tale of industrial hazard, but a testament to human determination and adaptability. It reminds us that even the most fundamental aspects of civilization, including something as basic as daily bread, often come at costs that are hidden from those who benefit from them. The Victorian bakers who risk their lives to feed their communities deserve recognition not only for their courage, but also for their contribution to the gradual development of safer working conditions that we now take for granted. Their sacrifice, measured in explosions survived, heat strokes endured, and respiratory systems gradually destroyed, helped create the foundation upon which modern food production stands. We owe them, quite literally, our daily bread, and the acknowledgement that civilization's most basic necessities often require the greatest personal courage from those who provide them. Why was baking the most deadly job in the Victorian era? Well, let's just say you might have been better off in a matchstick factory, or even down a coal mine. While chimney sweepers had to deal with soot-choked lungs and mill workers risked losing their fingers due to the grinding process, bakers faced even greater dangers. Bakers inhaled clouds of flour dust so fine that it could either spark explosions or slowly suffocate them from within. Tonight's story showed us that even the smell of fresh bread could carry a hidden price, and how the quiet grind of daily labour could prove more dangerous than the clang of hammers or the hiss of gas lamps. Still restless? Don't worry, no one's baking you into a loaf tonight. We have other stories, old and new, to help out as always if this one does not. Now let the sounds of the Victorian street fade, and the past's heavy burdens lift off your shoulders. I'll sit here, by the fire, with a cup of tea, grateful that my bread comes from a store, not a soot-blackened bakery. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and scepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within, and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing. The ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. "Now for the cold plunge," the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist, drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. "Perhaps there is something to these baths after all," he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. "Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve." Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire. Steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the appetiterium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. Two scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the palestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the thermi closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Eberacca greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Eberacca glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Eburaka said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Eburaka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Eburaka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Eburaka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Eburaka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Eburaka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Eburaka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Eburaka offered one final prayer, that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome ca. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully, Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the baths soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. 2 young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes, and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next, he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-Being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering, where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken, sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages, people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design, concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman and of her era, nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, a pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries. The institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialisation in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, it's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her before she ever touched an aircraft control. She had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarised in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognised the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinising her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation. Yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few black institutions among its approved training centres. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required manoeuvre, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, paused, and then proceeded to evaluate her. Her flight hours, 1,000 hours, were 2 years. 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 Her flight hours, 1,000 directed her through increasingly complex maneuvers, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalised groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. As male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service, the civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robbins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification, culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilise all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial licence, a man named Harold Wallam, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation Program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicise their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognised the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction and charter services. Located at Robbins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalise black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialised needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialised in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognising that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robbins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals, their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilized this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robbins Airfield and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organized a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robbins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African-American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organization advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, she offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robbins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organized civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices, as public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination. Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in the public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs, documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills, but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still faced despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots travelling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticized her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialized contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, as the civil rights movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation, recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination. She began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual AirVenture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at AirVenture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86, having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organizations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aid stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. "The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown." Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. "Plant these carefully," Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Aed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Aed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Aed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide." Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing, and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky, and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist, even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours, who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said. "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy. Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older, with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light. The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West, long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812 to 13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington's state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance. While Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder, his expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration, indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialized adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation, reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting Western wagons, with innovative features like the Asen axles that could be greased without removing the wheels, and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialized journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travelers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gale Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by Trailblade's trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travellers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialised emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travellers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travellers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travellers. By 1850, this had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travellers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travellers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialized transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavour of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialized items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily traveled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialized trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights traveled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per diem for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that traveled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travelers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travelers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialized skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres. 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture, where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters." Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasised the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, the main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Emigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities, creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both Native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travelers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preachers' distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian Agents reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail, charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by a 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organizations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original National Historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American Bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasize pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. Trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly centre indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly centre indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorialist narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasizes women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travellers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritize restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolizes inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagons went westward. In Ireland, 5:36, brother Kieran wakes to a half-light seeping through the shutters. Although it is dawn, the sky still wears the same grim shade as it did at dusk. In the monastery kitchen, the last of the winter barley has been ground. The coarse flour barely rises when baked, yielding a handful of firm flatbread. He offers a loaf to a gaunt villager at the gate. The man's trembling hands cradle it as though it were a feast. It is the only food Kieran can spare. All around Cloyne Moor the fields lie barren. By Beltane they should be green with new barley, but instead patches of stunted sprouts struggle from cold, blighted soil. A ragged woman clutching a silent, hollow-eyed child begs Kieran for help. He closes his eyes in pained prayer, knowing the monastery's granary is almost empty. All winter there were whispers that the sun's light had changed. Even now in spring it glows weakly, more grey than gold, giving no warmth. At midday the villagers found no shadows following their feet on the ground. Frosts came hard even after Imbolc, blackening the early shoots. Kieran crosses himself, recalling tales of the biblical plague of darkness, but that lasted only 3 days, whereas this malaise drags on week after the week. Some of the older monks murmur that it's as though the sky itself is a hide stretched over the sun, a perpetual eclipse. At times a fine grey haze drifts through the air, carrying a bitter smell. It has brought hunger and despair to their land, regardless of its cause. To Kieran, it feels as like the very air has turned against them. In the village, cattle low with hunger. Many were slaughtered months ago because there was no hay. The usual cheerful birdsong of spring is muted. Some mornings, thick dew lies frozen on the thatch, unheard of this late in the year. That afternoon, Kieran ventures to the village chapel. Inside, it is crowded with peasants seeking solace. The air is heavy with sweat and fear. He raises his hands and speaks of Job's trials, of keeping faith through hardship. As he prays, his voice wavers. He notices an old man in the back not genuflecting, one of the few who still cling to the old druidic ways. The old man's eyes are clouded with accusation. "Where is your god of light now?" the elder croaks when the prayers end. Nuada's silver hand would sooner bring back the sun than these Latin words. A few villagers nod, desperate for any remedy. Rumours swirl of ancient rites on the hill, offerings to appease whatever spirit has devoured the sun. Kieran feels a spark of anger, but mostly pity. In this dark time, people grasp at any hope. That evening a thin rain falls, barely moistening the hard earth. In the scriptorium's candle glow, Brother Kieran opens the magnificent chronicle. His quill hovers above the page for the year. How to summarise this living nightmare? He dips in ink and writes in careful Latin script. Anno Domini 536, fame panis in Hibernia. The year 536 was marked by a shortage of bread. The words feel inadequate, mere scratchings to mark children dying in their mother's arms, an entire family is wandering in search of food that does not exist. And yet he must record it for posterity, as truthfully and simply as the annals of old. His hand shakes with exhaustion. Before blowing out the candle, Kieran adds a final thought in the margin. Sol pallidus supra nos est. The sun is pale above us. Outside, the rain stops. The night is deathly quiet. Brother Kieran steps out and looks upward. Where he should see a tapestry of stars, there is only a dull haze and the ruddy disk of a moon drained of its splendour. He thinks of the hungry faces he saw today. In the morning he will venture farther, maybe to the next valley, to see if they fared any better. Perhaps there will be news from beyond the seas that could explain this pall, or is it the wrath of God? He does not know. Pulling his thin cloak tighter, the monk whispers a hymn into the gloom. His Latin words tremble with both doubt and hope, drifting upward in a world that has seemingly lost the sun. In Constantinople, Eastern Roman Empire, 536. Stephanos steps out of the granary and into an eerie midday gloom. The Forum of Constantine should be bright at this hour, but the sun hangs weak in the sky, its light pale and without brightness. Under the colonnade, a brazier has ignited, providing flickering light where the sun cannot. Normally at noon, the great column's shadow would slice across the marble pavement. Today there is none. Stephanos pauses, bread ledger in hand, and suppresses a shiver. In his 30 years in Constantinople, he has never seen the sun like this. It's as if the day has been swallowed by an endless eclipse. He hurries through the forum, passing knots of anxious citizens. At the steps of the Hagia Sophia construction site, a knot of labourers kneel in prayer. Tools idle. Even the patriarch has ordered continual prayers, for fear that God's anger is upon the empire. Stephanos does not stop. As a junior official of the grain dole, his duty is to assess the city's bread supply. And the news is grim, the wheat shipments from Egypt have dwindled. The harvests up the Nile were poor this year. Fields yielded scant grain. Although the imperial granaries remain full, the customary surpluses have vanished. In the bread market, he sees long queues of gaunt faces. An elderly woman clutches her stomach, muttering that famine now rides alongside war like the black horseman of the apocalypse. Stephanos silently crosses himself at that, quickening his pace. Inside the Augustaion, a cluster of senators argues in low voices. Stephanos catches fragments as he passes. One laments that the blighted sun, which began during Consul Belisarius's year, is a dire omen. Another frets that if the produce is destroyed by this bad time, the legions will starve. Men are free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death, an elderly senator concludes. No one disagrees. At the docks on the Golden Horn, grain barges from Alexandria are being unloaded under the dim sun. The usual cacophony of stevedores is hushed. Everyone moves with the worried calm of men who know they carry precious food. Stephanos inspects the offloaded sacks. The wheat kernels are small, shrunken by poor yield. "Is this all?" he asks the harbour master. A shrug. "Afraid so. Even the bread basket of the world struggles now." Stephanos nods and makes a mark on his wax tablet. In the past, Egypt's bounty could feed Constantinople twice over. Now any shortage sends prices climbing. Already he has heard of riots in the poorer quarters at dawn when the meagre bread allotments ran out. He muses grimly about the concept of bread and circuses. Crossing back toward the palace, Stephanos peers up at the sky. The sun's hue is a strange bluish white, and the very air seems thick. A dry, foggy haze hangs high above, dulling the daylight. Some call it an omen, others say it's a natural miasma. One pamphlet circulating in the forum even claimed that a volcano in some far-off land must have vomited ash into the heavens, promptly confiscated by the urban prefect for spreading alarm. Stephanos does not know what to believe. He only knows that the empire lacks experience with simultaneous harvest failures across all regions. In the past, if Syria suffered drought, Egypt might compensate. But now Syria also reports withered crops and empty granaries. An empire that commands the Mediterranean cannot command the skies. That night, the city is preternaturally quiet. By decree, a candle-lit vigil is held in every church. Stephanos stands among a crowd in the great church's half-built nave. The air smells of wax and incense. By day, hundreds of tiny flames flicker where sunlight should stream in. The patriarch leads a solemn chant, beseeching God to restore the light and spare his people. Stephanos bows his head and joins the chorus. His mind wanders to his young daughter at home, who has known constant cough and hunger these past months. The sun gave forth light without brightness, like the moon. He remembers those words from a scholar's chronicle, and they ring true in his bones. He prays for the day he can show his child a bright, warm sun again. Until then, they endure in the half-light of an empire under siege by the very heavens. In the kingdom of Axum, Ethiopia 536, Miriam's sandals are worn thin by the time she and her little brother crest the last hill before Axum. Below them, the city's familiar landmarks rise from the plain, the tall stone stellae of bygone kings casting faint shadows in the ashen daylight, and beyond, the spires of the great stone church where her people have worshipped for generations. She urges her brother onward with a gentle hand. They have walked for 2 days from their village, driven by desperation. At home, the fields of teff and sorghum utterly failed. This year's rains never arrived, and the soil cracked beneath a brazen but feeble sun. Along the road they joined a trickle of other villagers and farmers, all converging toward Axum like streams to a dry riverbed. They strolled past the abandoned ox carcasses by the roadside and the deserted farms with nothing left to harvest. At the city gates, Miriam feels a surge of relief. They have arrived. But the sight before her quickly tempers that hope. Axum's marketplace, usually vibrant with traders from far lands, has been transformed into an open-air soup kitchen. Cook fires gutter under large cauldrons of porridge. Hundreds of people gather in lines, clutching bowls or baskets, their faces gaunt. The smell of thin millet gruel mingles with the acrid scent of despair. Miriam clutches her brother's hand and finds a spot at the end of a line. Overhead, the sky is a flat, dull white, the sun's disk barely visible. A local deacon moves down the line, intoning prayers and gares. He sprinkles holy water on the crowd from a palm frond. Normally, people save such blessings for festivals, but now they perform them to combat hopelessness. A small caravan arrives with a few camels laden with grain from the coast. but after a brief exchange with officials, most of it turns away. Even the major trade routes bring no food now. In Aksum's markets, one could once buy pepper from India, or wine from Nubia. Now even the humblest barley loaf is a treasure. As the line inches forward, Miriam passes by a group of nobles and priests gathered under an incense tree. She recognises Negus Caleb, King Caleb, among them by the gold-fringed cloth draped over his shoulders and the ornate processional cross he leans upon. Her ears catch an advisor reporting that the Nile's flood was weak, and even across the Red Sea no stores remain. The king's shoulders sag under his embroidered cloak. At last he raises his hands and calls out, "People of Aksum, God is testing us. We will open the last of the royal granaries to feed the hungry, share what you receive, and trust that the Lord will provide." A murmur of gratitude ripples through the throng. Miriam finally reaches the front. A deacon ladles a scoop of watery porridge into her clay bowl. It is not much, barely a few mouthfuls for each of them, but she murmurs, "A mess agin lahu, thank you," with a deep bow. Her brother swallows his portion greedily, licking the bowl. She forces herself to eat slowly, savouring each drop. Around her, others huddle on the ground in silence, some weeping with relief for this small mercy. At sunset, King Caleb leads a candle-lit procession through the streets. Miriam and her brother stand among the faithful lining the route. The king walks barefoot, carrying the gilded cross, followed by priests bearing icons. Their chants of Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy, echo off the towering stellae. As the procession passes, Miriam closes her eyes and joins the singing. Never has she felt the community so united. Nobles and peasants, priests and paupers, all imploring heaven for deliverance. In the failing light, the king lifts the cross to bless the entire land. Miriam tightens her arm around her brother. Though hunger gnaws and the darkness endures, in that moment she takes solace in their collective hope. Under the mournful sky of 536, the people of Aksum face the long night together, their faith unbroken even as the world around them withers. Though hardship was far from over, a spark of hope persisted. Like dawn following the longest night, they trusted that better days would come again. In northern China, 536, the sky should have been a brilliant blue above the rice paddies, but today it is the colour of lead. Farmer Liang squints at the field where his family's livelihood lies. It is the 7th month of the year, high summer, yet a bitter wind rattles the stalks. Suddenly one of his sons cries out. Liang looks down in disbelief as snowflakes swirl onto the green rice shoots. Within minutes, a rare summer snowfall dusts the paddies, bending the young rice. The villagers stand helplessly by. Such a thing has never happened in living memory. Autumn brings no relief. The harvest is paltry and stunted, weeks late in ripening. By the 8th month, the famine is undeniable, the granaries are nearly empty. Liang's family begins mixing chaff and acorns into their rice to make it stretch. His youngest daughter stops growing. Her cheeks are sunken and grey. One afternoon, yellow powder drifts down from the sky, coating the village roofs in a film like ash. Villagers fear it is a curse from heaven. Whatever the cause, the crops are ruined, and hunger stalks the land. In the village temple, the headman burns incense before the altar of the earth god. The air is thick with smoke and the murmured prayers of desperate farmers. "We must appease heaven to now," the headman declares, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. As night falls, the villagers carry an offering of their last millet and a slaughtered goat to the hill shrine. Liang watches as the small procession winds up the slope with lanterns bobbing. He holds his shivering daughter close. They set the offerings and bow until their foreheads touch the ground, begging for mercy, good weather, a decent harvest, anything. But the night sky offers no reply, only a faint glow where the moon hides behind a strange haze. The offering remains untouched by any deity. Weeks pass and starvation sets in. Liang feeds his children thin congee made from wild herbs and tree bark. His elderly mother quietly refuses her portion, pretending she has eaten so that the little ones might have more. Soon she grows too frail to leave her bed. One cold morning, Liang finds that her breathing has stopped. With shaking hands, he covers her body with a woven mat. There is no energy or grain to spare for proper funeral rites. Before her death, his mother had whispered that perhaps the emperor had lost heaven's mandate. How else to explain the son's betrayal? In grief, Liang wonders if the distant court's sins have brought on heaven's wrath. They hear of hungry folk in nearby provinces attacking granaries, But in Liang's village, though desperation grows, order holds for now. By early winter, bandits roam the countryside, stealing what little remains. One night, a gang of starving young men, once farmers from a nearby hamlet, break into Liang's storehouse, seizing the meagre sack of millet he had hidden. There are scuffles in the dark. His eldest son is struck with a staff while trying to defend their food. The thieves flee into the night, leaving the family bruised and without a single grain of food. When dawn breaks, Liang makes a decision. He gathers his family and tells them they can stay no longer. If they remain in the village, they will surely die. Rumours suggest that the harvests were better further south. Perhaps they could find food and employment there. That day, the family packs what little they have left. Liang hoists his weakened daughter onto his back. He takes one last look at the fields of their ancestors, now barren, dusted with frost. Together, the family joins a small band of neighbours on the road heading south, leaving behind their village to whatever fate the heavens had decreed. As they vanished into the white distance, their footprints were swiftly blanketed by the new snow, one family among countless others on the road that winter, all seeking a land where the sun still shone and grain could be found. It was the second year without a summer in Scandinavia, 536, in a seaside village of what would one day be called Sweden. Jarl Einar stood on the frozen shore at noon and saw no sun above, only a dim glow behind the grey sky. The world felt stuck in twilight. Fishermen had to chip through ice where the bay had frozen solid, hoping to catch a few starved cod. Inland, the fields lay under dirty snow even in what should have been the growing season. Einar's people had slaughtered most of their livestock last autumn. There was no fodder to keep them alive through another barren year. Half the benches in the hall were now empty. The strong had ventured south to gentler climates, and the frail had perished in the first famine winter. Inside the Jarl's longhouse, a small fire flickered weakly. Einar passed a hand over the embers and thought of the sun, once the great fire in the sky, now vanished. His gut clenched with a mix of sorrow and dread. The village's priestess, Volva, had warned that they could be living through Fimbulvetur, the legendary great winter of Norse prophecy. 3 winters with no summer between, a prelude to Ragnarok, the end of the gods. Einar had scoffed at the time, but now he was not so sure. To placate the gods, they had tried everything. The previous fall, they sacrificed their finest ram and a pair of oxen to Freyr at harvest, yet the snows came early and stayed. In the spring, Einar himself cast a gold arm ring into the peat bog as an offering. Many nobles were said to be abandoning their treasures to the earth in hopes of buying back the sun. Still, the gods remained silent, and the sun's chariot did not return. By midwinter of that second sunless year, desperation hung like a fog. The village elders grimly agreed that only a human sacrifice might break the curse. That night, they offered up a captured thrall under the frost-covered ash tree, spilling his blood in Odin's name. But when dawn broke in yet another leaden sky, they knew even that was not enough. As spring of the 3rd year approached with little change, whispers began in the village. Some said that the Jarl's bloodline was cursed, that Odin and Freyr would accept nothing less than the life of the chieftain himself to set things right, just as in ancient tales a king had once been sacrificed to end a blight. Einar heard these murmurs and knew in his heart what had to be done. The next day he called an assembly at the sacred grove. Mustering his remaining strength, he addressed the tribe. "I will go to Odin's hall if it brings back the sun and the harvest," he declared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. His wife wailed, but he raised a hand gently. "We have all lost loved ones. If my life buys the dawn for those who remain, I give it freely." That evening, under the steel-grey sky, Jarl Einar knelt before the old oak tree in the grove. The Volva and 2 elders stood solemnly by with ceremonial knives. Einar's breath rose in white puffs. He felt no fear now, only a strange peace, as though he were already halfway to Valhalla. In a clear voice he chanted a final prayer, a plea for Thor to smash the dark clouds and for Freyr to make the fields green once more. As the blade touched his skin, he closed his eyes and pictured golden summer sunlight. The knives did their work, and Einar slumped forward, life leaching into the frozen ground. A low moan of grief and hope rose from the villagers. After laying his body on a pyre with his cloak and shield, they ignited it, causing the flames to roar upwards. Throughout the long night they kept vigil, and then, in the early hours, a pale glow appeared in the eastern sky. stronger than any in months. As the sky lightened from black to murky blue, the villagers saw the outline of the sun, wan but emerging at last through a break in the haze. A murmur of awe swept over the crowd. They wept with joy, lifting their faces to feel its faint warmth. Whether it was Jarl Einar's noble sacrifice or simply the turning of fate, none could say, but the endless winter was finally loosening its grip. In the coming days, as the snows began to recede, the people raised a mound for their chieftain, honouring him as the saviour who gave himself so that spring could return. In the massive city of Chac Rouge, in modern El Salvador, or what we call Mesoamerica, in 536, the high priest Itzamnaj knelt before the temple's altar at midday. All around him, hundreds of people crowded the plaza in tense silence. For months the sun had hidden its face. A strange chill hung over the usually hot lands of the Maya. Crops of maize and cacao wilted in the unseasonal cool and dim light. The priests had consulted their calendars and made offerings of incense and jade, but nothing availed. Today they would entreat Kinich Ajor, the sun god, with the most precious offering of all, human blood. Itzamnaj rose to his feet and stretched his arms to the sky. On the altar stone before him lay a bound captive, painted blue for sacrifice. "O Lord of the sun, rise and eat, that you may shine upon us again," the priest cried out. A murmur of desperation rippled through the crowd. Using an obsidian blade, Itzamnaj swiftly opened the victim's chest. The crowd gasped as he raised the still-beating heart toward the heavens. "May this blood nourish you, O gods!" he shouted, his voice cracking. At that instant the ground shuddered violently. The ritual chant died on every tongue. Itzamnaj staggered, dropping the heart. A low rumble rolled through the earth. Suddenly the western horizon ignited with a pillar of fire. A volcano in the distance had exploded with unimaginable force. A massive plume of black ash rose, turning day into night in an instant. People screamed and scattered. Itzamnaj stood frozen atop the temple as he watched a wall of ash and rock hurtle toward the city, illuminated by eerie orange flames. The gods had answered, not with salvation, but with catastrophe. Within minutes, searing hot ash rained down upon Chac Rouge. Thatch roofs and wooden beams burst into flame. Men, women and children ran desperately for shelter, but there was none. Itzamnaj barely managed to scramble down the temple steps when a blast of furnace-hot wind knocked him flat. The air itself burned. He could not draw a breath without scorching his lungs. A torrent of pumice and ash buried temples and huts within hours. Those who did not die under falling debris succumbed to the suffocating soot and toxic gases. The proud city, its palaces, its ball courts, its altars, was being entombed in grey powder. Itzamnaj crawled, coughing, into the shelter of the temple courtyard wall. Through eyes stinging with ash, he beheld a scene from the darkest underworld. The sacred ceiba trees around the plaza were ablaze, and charred bodies lay strewn where moments ago the faithful had gathered. He clutched his obsidian dagger to his chest, numb with shock and guilt. Was this cataclysm the sun god's wrath for their offerings, or had the death of the sacrificial victim somehow unleashed a greater curse? His mind swam as the very ground continued to heave. Over the roar of the volcano, he thought he heard the distant, cruel laughter of the death gods. Hours later, a thick, unnatural darkness cloaked the land. The eruption's fury had finally ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Where the thriving city of Chac Rouge had stood was now a mouldering grey wasteland, buried under layers of ash. Itzamnaj, miraculously still alive, pulled himself from the ashen debris. The once clear river ran black with volcanic dust. He limped through the ruins, calling out the names of his wife and son, but heard no answer, only the faint crackle of cooling cinders. His sandals sank into the hot ash covering the plaza. The once grand temple lay in shattered ruins, half-buried corpses strewn everywhere. Overhead, the sky remained as dark as midnight, though it was long past noon. Itzamnaj stumbled to the edge of the city where the fields began. Nothing remained of the maize rows, only a ghostly landscape of ash dunes. The sun was completely veiled, and fine grey particles drifted through the air like deadly snow. The priest sank to his knees and raised trembling hands to the unseen sky. "Why?" he croaked, voice broken. There was no one left to hear his questions. In that moment, it seemed to Itzamnaj that the gods had abandoned the world entirely. He looked up at the churning darkness above, knowing that beyond this poisoned sky the sun still existed, but its light might not return for a long, long time. As the lone survivor began to wail amid the desolation, the suffocating ash cloud spread far beyond, ensuring that 536 would be remembered as a year of unparalleled darkness and sorrow, even in lands far from this doomed city. Across the world, as I have covered, the year 536 left a scar on the human story. In its wake, kingdoms faltered and populations were decimated. Chroniclers from Ireland to China recorded unusual cold summer snow, failed crops and famine. They wrote of a dry fog dimming the sun's light, of skies coloured with ash, and of hunger stalking the land. For 18 long months, much of the earth lay under a pall of gloom. In Europe and the Near East, people looked for divine meaning in the calamity. Christian writers wondered if Revelation's apocalyptic horsemen were unleashed. War, famine, pestilence, and death all seemed present at once. Indeed, the historian Procopius wrote that men were free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death during those dark days. The plague of Justinian, which followed the famine, soon checked Emperor Justinian's ambitions in the Eastern Roman Empire. In the British Isles, Celtic monks noted a failure of bread. Far to the east, Chinese records spoke of great cold and summer frost that ruined the harvest. Northern Europeans were so desperate they offered their riches and kings to appease their gods. And in Central America, a volcano's cataclysmic eruption blanketed the skies with ash, plunging entire regions into darkness. Societies across the globe, separated by vast oceans and unaware of each other, shared the same despair. The sun that year was a feeble ghost above the horizon, a shared anguish in Ireland's green hills, Constantinople's marble streets, Axum's highlands, China's villages, Scandinavia's forests, and Mesoamerica's jungles. Millions perished as famine and disease swept through communities already weakened by crop failure. It was, by all accounts, one of the darkest times in recorded history. Some later scholars would even call 536 the worst year to be alive. And yet not all hope died. In every story of suffering there were those who endured. Parents who shared their last crust with their kids, leaders who died for their people, and communities that prayed and performed rituals to find meaning in the chaos. They adapted in the face of collapse, migrating to new lands, changing their traditions and rebuilding from the ashes. The darkness would slowly lift. From 537 to 538, the sunlight grew stronger as the dust in the sky settled. Fields were sown anew. Children born after the year without sun would grow up under blue skies, hearing the hushed stories of the terrible darkness their elders survived. Looking back, the catastrophe of 536 stands as a testament to human endurance. It was a year of tragedy on a scale almost beyond comprehension, a convergence of natural disasters that humbled empires and small villages alike. But it was also a year that showed the resilience of the human spirit. In Ireland, monks kept the flame of learning alive through the long winter. In Byzantium, officials and neighbours shared what food they could to keep the starving alive. In Axum, faith and charity helped a kingdom pull through its worst famine. In Scandinavia, a people's devotion to their gods, however grim, kept their community united until the sun's return. Despite the loss of the Maya city in our story, other cities in Mesoamerica continued to exist, safeguarding knowledge and culture for future generations. Eventually the sun did return, brighter and warmer, as it always had before. The year 536 passed into history, its horrors softened by time, but those who lived through it would never forget how fragile their world could be. For a year it felt like night had fallen and the gods had abandoned humanity. Why wouldn't you last a day in 536? The people of that era faced unimaginable challenges, a sun that never shone, unfulfilled harvests, and a darkness that pushed the boundaries of hope. They persevered through faith, courage, and the fragile bonds of community, demonstrating that despite the most challenging year, humanity's determination to survive remained unwavering. In the end, dawn broke through the darkness, and life prevailed, scarred, changed, but ever hopeful beneath the returning light. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella, the capital in the courtyard of the royal palace, A young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympias, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct: subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he raises structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact: the throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry maneuvers. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialised climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and gruelling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolises respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realise Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, The external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephants shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Poruses. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. That the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah A. Scow, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe, with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his 3 laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein. who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. The alarm clock's shrill cry ringed through the Dallas hotel room at precisely 6:30 a.m, though I must confess I was already wide awake. Sleep had become as elusive as Republican votes in Massachusetts these days. I rolled over, my back protesting with the enthusiasm of a Cold War summit meeting, all tension and very little resolution. Jackie stirred beside me, her hair still perfectly coiffed even in slumber. Given our political climate, it was practically a job requirement for her to maintain her composure even during a hurricane. "Good morning, Mr. President," she murmured, her voice carrying that familiar mixture of affection and formality that had become our morning ritual. Even in private moments, the presidency seemed to hover over us like an omnipresent Secret Service agent. "Good morning, Mrs. Kennedy," I replied, attempting to inject some levity into what promised to be another day of handshaking, speech-making, and the general business of being presidential. "Are you prepared to dazzle Texas?" The double entendre wasn't lost on either of us, and Jackie's raised eyebrow suggested she found my humour about as presidential as my Boston accent. The morning routine began with military precision. shower, shave, and the careful selection of attire that would photograph well under the harsh Texas sun. My back brace, that constant companion since my PT 109 days, required its usual careful adjustment. The irony wasn't lost on me that the very thing meant to keep me upright often made me feel like I was wearing a medieval torture device. Still, appearances mattered, and a president couldn't very well slouch through a motorcade like a college student in a lecture hall. Breakfast arrived with the morning briefings delivered by staffers who moved with the efficient urgency of men who knew their jobs depended on keeping the leader of the free world properly caffeinated and informed. The newspapers spread before me painted the usual picture: Cold War tensions, civil rights struggles, and political manoeuvring that would make Machiavelli proud. Each headline seemed to demand immediate attention, as if the world's problems could be solved over coffee and toast. The crowds in Fort Worth were magnificent last night, Kenny O'Donnell reported, his Boston accent making magnificent sound, like a personal endorsement from the Pope himself. Dallas should be even better. His optimism was contagious, yet I couldn't dispel the notion that Texas hospitality carries specific requirements, namely, remembering who was hosting. The flight to Dallas proved uneventful, which in politics is often the best kind of event one can hope for. Jackie looked radiant in her pink Chanel suit, chosen specifically for its photogenic qualities and its ability to stand out in a crowd. "You know," I told her as we prepared for landing, "that colour makes you look like $1,000,000. She smiled, but I couldn't tell if it was in response to the compliment or because I had managed to keep my economic metaphors relatively modest. Crowds pressed against the barriers at the Love Field reception, surpassing the expectations of an opening night at a Broadway show. The enthusiasm was genuine, which always lifted my spirits. There's something profoundly moving about Americans exercising their democratic right to gather, cheer, and occasionally throw flowers at their elected officials. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions, their eyes scanning the crowd with the intensity of accountants reviewing tax returns, methodical, thorough, and slightly paranoid. As we made our way toward the waiting limousine, I couldn't help but notice the perfect weather. The sun shone with the kind of brilliance that made everything seem possible. The air carried just enough warmth to make the open car comfortable, and the sky stretched endlessly blue above us. It was, I thought to myself, a capital day for democracy. The presidential limousine, that marvel of American automotive engineering and paranoia, waited with its top down to accommodate the spectacular Texas weather. Governor John Connolly and his wife Nellie comfortably settled into the jump seats, demonstrating the practiced ease of politicians who have spent decades perfecting the art of appearing comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Jackie arranged herself beside me with the grace of someone who'd been doing this particular dance for nearly 3 years now. "This is going to be quite a ride," I mentioned to Connolly, although my thoughts were focused less on the 12-mile route through Dallas and more on the political implications of our visit to Texas. Next year's election calculations heavily weighed the state's electoral votes, and each handshake, wave, and perfectly timed smile symbolized an investment in America's democratic future. Or at least that's how I prefer to think about it, rather than as an elaborate exercise in political theatre. The motorcade began its stately procession through Dallas streets lined with enthusiastic citizens. The Secret Service had plotted our route with mathematical precision: wide streets for visibility, strategic turns to maximize crowd exposure, and carefully timed stops that would allow the press corps to capture those essential photographs that would grace tomorrow's front pages. Democracy, I'd learned, was as much about optics as it was about policy. "Mr. President, you certainly can't say Dallas doesn't love you," Nellie Connolly called out over the crowd noise, her voice carrying the kind of genuine warmth that made politics occasionally worthwhile. She was right. The reception had been overwhelmingly positive, with crowds. I pressed forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party. Children waved American flags with the unself-conscious enthusiasm that reminded me why this job, despite its considerable burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The sun beat down with friendly intensity, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the ride. There's something uniquely American about a motorcade. The ordered chaos of democracy in motion, citizens gathering spontaneously to participate in the grand experiment of self-governance. Even the most cynical political operative would have to admit there was something stirring about it all. Jackie waved with practiced perfection, her pink suit providing exactly the visual contrast the advance team had calculated. Every detail had been choreographed, from the car's position in the motorcade to the timing of our arrival at the Trade Mart. Political success, I discovered, lay in the intersection of genuine sentiment and careful planning. The crowd seemed to sense both elements, responding with an enthusiasm that felt authentic rather than manufactured. "You know," I leaned over to tell Jackie, "I think we might actually win Texas next year." The comment was partly serious political analysis and partly an attempt to lighten the mood. Presidential campaigns were marathons, not sprints, and every positive reception represented momentum that could be built upon. The mathematics of electoral politics demanded constant attention to these regional variations in public sentiment. The route took us through downtown Dallas, past buildings whose windows were filled with office workers, taking an extended lunch break to witness history in motion. Some held cameras, others simply watched, and a few displayed signs welcoming the presidential party to Texas. The diversity of the crowd pleased me. Young and old, various ethnic backgrounds, the kind of American melting pot that made democracy not just possible but inevitable. Governor Connolly provided running commentary on local landmarks, pointing out sites of historical significance with the pride of a man showing off his hometown to distinguished visitors. His knowledge was encyclopedic, his delivery engaging, and his obvious affection for Texas infectious. Political partnerships, I reflected, worked best when they were built on genuine mutual respect and shared objectives. The limousine's pace remained steady, allowing for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining security protocols. Every few blocks, I'd spot Secret Service agents positioned strategically, their presence both reassuring and slightly sobering. The balance between accessibility and security had become one of the defining challenges of modern democracy. How to remain close to the people while acknowledging the realities of an increasingly complex world. As we approached Dealey Plaza, I noticed the crowds growing even larger, pressed against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans waiting for autographs. The enthusiasm was palpable, the Texas hospitality genuine, and the political implications encouraging. Whatever challenges lay ahead, this moment represented democracy at its most elemental level. Citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same sunshine, the same hopes for the future. Dealey Plaza opened before us like a natural amphitheatre, with spectators arranged along the grassy slopes in what could have been mistaken for a particularly well-attended outdoor concert. The crowd's energy was infectious. People pointed, waved, and called out greetings with the kind of spontaneous enthusiasm that reminded me why I'd entered politics in the first place. Democracy, at its core, was about these moments of connection between the governed and those who served them. "What a turnout!" I called to Jackie, though the crowd noise nearly swallowed my words. She nodded, her smile radiant as she continued her practiced wave. Not too enthusiastic to appear undignified, not too reserved to seem aloof. 3 years of presidential appearances had perfected her technique to an art form. The photographers would love this, I thought, already envisioning tomorrow's newspaper coverage with headlines about Texas hospitality and democratic unity. The limousine's progression through the plaza felt almost ceremonial, like a slow-motion parade celebrating the peaceful transfer of democratic power. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, teenagers clustered together with cameras, and adults pressed forward with the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system worthwhile. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, public participation, and government by consent of the governed. Governor Connolly half-turned in his seat, pointing toward a group of particularly enthusiastic supporters near the grassy knoll. "Those folks have been waiting since dawn," he said, his Texas drawl adding warmth to the observation. Political advance work was part science, part art, and part sheer luck. But when it all came together like this, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The sun continued its friendly assault, making the pink of Jackie's suit even more vibrant against the blue sky. Colour coordination might seem trivial to political newcomers, but experienced campaigners understood that visual impact often mattered as much as policy positions. Every element of today's appearance had been calculated to project competence, accessibility, and optimistic leadership. The crowd's response suggested the strategy was working. As we neared the plaza's centre, I observed the crowd composition with the expertise of someone who had dedicated decades to studying electoral demographics. The mix looked promising: young families, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogative to witness history. These authentic moments of public engagement won or lost regional campaigns. Mr. President, they really do love you here. Nellie Connolly's voice carried genuine pleasure, and I had to agree with her assessment. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projection. Texas, with its complex political landscape and crucial electoral significance, represented one of the keys to next year's campaign. Days like this built the kind of momentum that could carry through an entire election cycle. The motorcade's pace allowed for extended interaction. Hands reached out for handshakes, voices called personal greetings, and cameras captured the kind of spontaneous moments that define democratic participation. Secret Service agents maintained their vigilant positions, but their presence felt appropriately unobtrusive. The balance between security and accessibility had been struck precisely right. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying amusement. I think we've created quite a sensation. She was right. The crowd's enthusiasm had reached almost festival proportions, with people streaming into the plaza from surrounding streets to catch glimpses of the presidential party. This was democracy in its most elemental form, citizens gathering to participate in the grand American experiment. The limousine began its gentle turn onto Elm Street, following the predetermined route that would take us through the heart of the plaza before continuing toward the Trade Mart. Every aspect of the journey had been choreographed, from the speed of our progression to the optimal angles for crowd interaction. Political theatre, when executed properly, served the dual purpose of entertainment and civic engagement. Looking up at the clear Texas sky, I couldn't help but feel optimistic about the day, the visit, and the future. The crowds, the weather, and the entire atmosphere suggested that democracy was working exactly as intended. Citizens were engaged, government was accessible, and the peaceful transfer of power continued its unbroken American tradition. It was, I thought to myself, a perfect day for politics. The gentle curve onto Elm Street provided an even better vantage point for crowd observation, and what I saw continued to reinforce my growing confidence about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging. Working families, business owners and students, retirees, exactly the kind of broad coalition that successful campaigns required. Political mathematics demanded this kind of cross-sectional appeal, and today's reception suggested we were achieving it. This is what I call a Texas-sized welcome, I commented to Governor Connolly, who beamed with the satisfaction of a host whose party was exceeding expectations. Regional pride was a powerful political force, and Texas possessed it in abundance. The state's sense of itself as unique, important and influential made it both challenging and rewarding for national politicians. Day felt distinctly rewarding. The Secret Service had positioned agents throughout the area with their characteristic blend of visibility and discretion. Their presence provided necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership. How to remain connected to the people while acknowledging contemporary security realities. Jackie continued her graceful performance, each wave calibrated to project warmth without appearing overly familiar. Presidential spouses walked a particularly narrow line, too formal, and they seemed cold, too casual, and they undermined the dignity of the office. She'd mastered the balance with characteristic intelligence and style. The photographers were undoubtedly capturing images that would define today's coverage. The crowd's energy showed no signs of diminishing as we progressed deeper into the plaza. If anything, the enthusiasm seemed to be building, with people calling out personal greetings and extending hands in hopes of contact. These moments of human connection were what made the political process worthwhile, the reminder that governance was ultimately about serving real people with real hopes and concerns. You know, I mentioned to Jackie, I think we might need to schedule more Texas visits. The comment was a blend of humour and serious politics. Success bred success in politics, and today's reception would generate positive coverage that could influence future public opinion. Authentic moments of public engagement often built electoral momentum. The limousine's steady pace allowed for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining the security protocols that had become standard procedure. Every aspect of presidential movement required careful coordination between multiple agencies, advanced teams, and local officials. When it all worked smoothly, as it had today, the result was seamless democratic theatre that served both ceremonial and practical purposes. Observing the crowd, their diversity and genuine enthusiasm struck me. These weren't partisan political rallies with carefully screened attendees. These were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in democracy. Their presence represented the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system function effectively. The Texas sun continued its friendly bombardment, making the day feel more like a celebration than a political obligation. The weather had a significant impact on the success of public events, and today's conditions were ideal. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Governor Connolly provided ongoing commentary about local landmarks and the crowd's composition, his observations reflecting profound knowledge of Texas politics and genuine pride in his state's reception of the presidential party. Regional partnerships were crucial to national success, and today's collaboration was functioning exactly as planned. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself genuinely enjoying the experience rather than simply enduring it as a political necessity. The crowd's warmth, the perfect weather, and the general atmosphere of celebration made this feel like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations, bringing people together around shared hopes and common purposes. The route ahead looked clear, the crowd remained enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about. The result was democracy working exactly as intended, with citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same moment, and the same optimistic vision of American possibilities. The plaza's unique geography created natural acoustics that amplified the crowd's enthusiasm, making their cheers and applause echo off the surrounding buildings like applause in a concert hall. The effect was almost musical, a spontaneous symphony of democratic participation that reminded me why public service, despite its considerable challenges, remained fundamentally rewarding. These were the moments that justified the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the constant scrutiny that defined presidential life. "This reception is absolutely remarkable," I told Governor Connolly, who nodded with obvious satisfaction. Texas hospitality was proving itself in spectacular fashion, and the political implications were undeniably positive. Regional support of this caliber could translate into significant electoral advantages, and today's demonstration of public enthusiasm would undoubtedly influence future campaign calculations. Jackie's performance continued to be flawless, her waves precisely calibrated to acknowledge the crowd without appearing either too casual or overly formal. The pink suit had been an inspired choice. It photographed beautifully against the blue sky and provided exactly the visual impact our advance team had calculated. Political success often depended on seemingly minor details that, when combined, created major impressions. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions throughout the plaza, their presence both reassuring and appropriately unobtrusive. Modern presidential security required constant vigilance without overwhelming the democratic character of public events. Today's balance effectively allowed interaction while maintaining necessary protective protocols. As we approached what appeared to be the plaza's centre, I noticed the crowd density increasing even further. People were pressing against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans hoping for autographs, their faces reflecting genuine excitement about this opportunity to witness history in motion. This was civic engagement at its most elemental level, citizens choosing to participate in the democratic process through their physical presence and vocal support. The limousine's progression allowed for extended observation of crowd composition, and what I saw continued to reinforce optimistic assessments about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging, young families with children, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogatives. Successful national campaigns required exactly this kind of broad-based regional appeal. "Mr. President, I don't think I've ever seen Dallas this excited about a political visit," Nellie Connolly observed, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Her comment reflected the kind of authentic local perspective that political professionals valued highly. Spontaneous enthusiasm couldn't be manufactured or purchased. It emerged from genuine public sentiment and real political momentum. The weather continued to cooperate with almost supernatural precision, providing perfect conditions for outdoor political events. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Even the most experienced political operatives would have to acknowledge that days like this were exceptional. Looking ahead, I could see the route continuing through the plaza before turning toward our final destination at the Trade Mart. Every aspect of today's schedule had been carefully coordinated to maximise positive public interaction while maintaining security requirements. When political advance work functioned this smoothly, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, with people continuing to call out greetings and wave with undiminished enthusiasm. Political momentum was often built on exactly these kinds of authentic moments of public connection, times when the theoretical concepts of democratic governance became real through direct human interaction between citizens and their elected representatives. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying satisfaction. I think we can call this visit a complete success. She was absolutely right. By any measurable standard, today's reception had exceeded expectations. The political implications were overwhelmingly positive. The public response had been enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with remarkable smoothness. As the limousine continued its stately progression through Dealey Plaza, I found myself thinking that this was exactly what the Founding Fathers had envisioned when they designed American democracy. Engaged citizens, accessible government, and the peaceful transfer of power through public participation and consent of the governed. It was, I reflected, a nearly perfect day for democracy. The sounds of the plaza seemed to intensify as we approached what felt like the crescendo of our Dallas visit. Applause, cheers, and individual voices calling out greetings created a tapestry of democratic participation that reminded me why I'd entered public service. This was the essential element that made all the political manoeuvring, the long hours, and the constant scrutiny worthwhile, these moments of genuine connection with the American people. Jackie, you truly look stunning today, I said, my voice almost drowned out by the din of the crowd. Political theatre required attention to these details, and today's performance was achieving its objectives flawlessly. Governor Connolly continued his running commentary about local landmarks and crowd composition, his obvious pride in Texas hospitality evident in every observation. Regional partnerships were crucial to national political success, and today's collaboration was functioning with the kind of precision that political professionals spent careers trying to achieve. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projections. The Secret Service maintained their positions with characteristic vigilance, their presence providing necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership, and today's arrangements represented that balance at its most effective. I was struck by the crowd's diversity and their real excitement. These weren't carefully screened partisan supporters. These were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in the democratic process. Their presence represented civic engagement at its most fundamental level, the kind that made American democracy not just possible but inevitable. The plaza's unique acoustics continued to amplify every sound, creating an almost theatrical atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to the occasion. Political events, when they worked properly, achieved a kind of ceremonial significance that transcended their immediate practical purposes. Today felt like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations. This has been flawless, I told Jackie, and I meant it completely. The weather, the crowds, and the entire atmosphere had combined to create exactly the kind of public engagement that justified the considerable effort required to maintain democratic governance. Days like this reminded me why the presidency, despite its burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The limousine's steady pace allowed for continued crowd interaction, with people pressing forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party and photographers capturing images that would define tomorrow's coverage. Every element was functioning with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about achieving. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself thinking about the broader side of today's success. Texas represented crucial electoral territory for next year's campaign, and this kind of authentic public enthusiasm could translate into significant political momentum. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, their voices creating a sustained celebration of democratic engagement that echoed off the surrounding buildings. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, accessible government, and the peaceful exercise of democratic power through public participation and mutual respect. Suddenly, there was a sound I didn't immediately recognize, sharp, distinct, cutting through the crowd noise with unusual clarity. For just a moment, I found myself thinking it sounded almost like, but that couldn't be right. That couldn't be true, not here, not today, not when everything was going so smoothly. The crowd was still cheering, Jackie was still waving, and the sun was still shining with that remarkable Texas brilliance. This was supposed to be a perfect day for democracy, a moment that would remind everyone why the American government, established by the consent of the governed, remains humanity's best hope for peaceful coexistence. There was another sound, clearer this time, and I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The plaza seemed to shift slightly, the crowd's voices taking on a different quality. Jackie was facing me, her expression transforming from the routine smile of a political performance to a new expression of concern, confusion, and alarm. "Jack," she said, and her voice carried a note I'd never heard before. And in that moment, with perfect clarity, I finally understood that some stories don't end the way anyone expects them to. Time seemed to slow in the most peculiar way, like those moments in combat when everything becomes crystalline and immediate. The voices of the crowd persisted, yet they underwent a transformation, transitioning from a joyful chorus to a completely different tone. Jackie's face was turning toward me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not the practiced composure of political performance, but something raw and immediate and terrified. "My God, what are they doing?" Governor Connolly's voice cut through the altered atmosphere, and I realised he was looking not at the crowd but at something else entirely. The cheerful chaos of democratic celebration was transforming into something darker, more urgent, and more real than any political satire we'd carefully pieced together. The pink suit that had looked so perfect in the Texas sunshine now seemed almost garish against the sudden gravity of whatever was happening. Political calculations, electoral mathematics, regional demographics, all the frameworks I'd spent decades mastering, suddenly felt irrelevant in the face of this moment that was spinning beyond anyone's control or planning. Jackie's hand extended towards me, revealing a terror in her eyes that was unrelated to campaign setbacks. This was an entirely different realm, existing beyond the meticulously orchestrated realm of presidential appearances and democratic theatre. The Secret Service agents were moving, their positions shifting with an urgency that suggested protocols far removed from crowd control. "Jackie, what?" I tried to say, but the words seemed to dissolve before I could complete them. The plaza's acoustics, which had so perfectly amplified the crowd's enthusiasm just moments before, now carried sounds that belonged to an entirely different kind of event. The sounds of sharp reports, screams, and chaos were reminiscent of a crisis rather than a celebration. The limousine, which had been progressing with such stately precision through the carefully planned route, was suddenly accelerating with desperate urgency. Something far more primitive and immediate had replaced the measured pace of political drama. Such behaviour wasn't part of any advanced team's calculations or security protocols. This was improvisation born of emergency. Looking at Jackie's face, I finally understood that all my careful analysis of crowd composition, regional politics, and electoral momentum had missed the most important element entirely. Democracy wasn't just about engaged citizens and accessible government. It was also about the fundamental fragility of the entire enterprise. Individual decisions that existed entirely outside the system's assumptions could shatter the peaceful transfer of power. The Texas sun continued shining, with the same brilliant intensity, but everything it illuminated had changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. The crowds that had seemed so welcoming, so genuinely enthusiastic, so representative of American democracy at its finest, now appeared different. Not hostile exactly, but powerless to prevent whatever was happening from continuing to happen. "Jackie, get down," someone was yelling, but the voice seemed to come from very far away, even though I knew it must be close. The careful choreography of presidential movement had dissolved into something unscripted and uncontrolled. This was the kind of moment that existed outside political planning, beyond security protocols, past the reach of democratic institutions. The plaza, initially perceived as ideal for our objectives due to its natural amphitheatre, excellent acoustics, and clear sightlines that promoted optimal crowd interaction, now manifested itself as a different entity. Geography that had facilitated political connection could apparently serve other purposes as well, purposes that had nothing to do with civic engagement or democratic participation. In what felt like the last moment of clear thinking I might have, I realised that history was full of these sudden transitions, moments when everything that seemed stable and predictable revealed itself to be far more fragile than anyone had imagined. The presidency, American democracy, and the entire elaborate system we'd all worked so hard to maintain, it all depended on assumptions that could be challenged by individual actions that existed entirely outside the system's logic. Jackie was now screaming, and the pink suit was spreading a warm glow. The moment we had experienced with such precision was dissolving into something entirely different, something real, irreversible, and final. And as consciousness began to fade, my last coherent thought was that the puns had finally stopped being funny. The conversation was no longer about political bullets, or campaign shots, or any of the military metaphors that filled our everyday political vocabulary. The conversation shifted to discussing actual bullets, real shots, and genuine consequences that transcended mere wordplay and wit. The perfect day for democracy was ending in the most imperfect way imaginable, and there would be no opportunity for revision, no chance for second takes, and no possibility of political recovery. Unexpectedly, some stories come to an end. The Texas sun was still burning, the crowds continued reacting, and history continued moving forward into whatever came next. But I would not be part of that continuation. It appeared that I had already penned the final chapter, yet I remained oblivious to what was going through my mind. Jeanne Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournehem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular hostel life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread. There is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Feuquières introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her intercession with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, pointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out. Though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy, she appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly, to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The Encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilizing foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognized that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver sorors, deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim, advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, She stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practised generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of mistresses, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at a personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote, Constantius, later called Chlorus, meaning the Pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia, Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognised something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a 4-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal. To cement his position in the Tetrarchy, Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy, including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomy than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third, with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labour shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Trier Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralised power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable citadel administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach: institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed. Cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasised partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule. Perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity, Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remains in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. He immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh, according to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium, Governor's Palace in York, reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hedging the Tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognise as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied Tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the Tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the Tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality, or a father's innate desire to elevate his son, remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective and moderate. People rarely recognise the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign: administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasised connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasised imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritised function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganisation he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasised his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. Environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defence in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. Digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematize provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognize in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chlorus matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge, a legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest, but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Rivoire, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Rivoire, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, Patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with deliverers from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show a force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialised mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilising the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realised the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognised the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found scepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, He laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolized the synergy of industrial progress and national defense. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognized his name from rumors. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognized as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The aging patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled. New commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerised by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognised him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals, while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the Revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad USS Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artefacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the Intelligence and Alarm System. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tire company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat, and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide, and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Edouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin & Siey, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Edouard, an artistic soul-turned-industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly, courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the more natural enemies of early cyclists. Edouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the gruelling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895, they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, L'Éclair didn't win. It limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Edouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin nunc est bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars, and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product. Not a tyre this time, but a booklet that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message: one small volume could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the little red book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914, and Michelin's guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin Guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English-language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin Guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin Guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin Guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin Guide nearly indispensable, as essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive. The message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, when André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin guide era. Man only truly respects what he pays for, he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right. Sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognizing the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose to get people driving had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now this little red book was evolving from a glovebox staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glovebox as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category. 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red, cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin Guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognised from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalise on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin Guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story. The secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin Guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experienced restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that vault worth the journey, a phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin Guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical, and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by scepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. A disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bray, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard-of concession, though a couple of years later Braz found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Braz's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. The court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidizing the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laureled restaurants to entice travellers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a king-breaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs, it's a benchmark of achievement. To others, a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners, a fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tire maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tire man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of a brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tires, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate, experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tires. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural taste